Alright, welcome back my lords and ladies to another first time playthrough of Shadowbringers. Coming to you every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Praise the Sunday indeed. It is another, well, I could say fine Sunday, but where I am the weather has been quite dreadful, but hey, that's weather for you. Anyway, let's get the music back on. Let's get the ambient sounds. So instead of doing MSQ right off the bat, I have finally gotten my Gunbreaker character and my Dancer character up to level 70. So we shall be doing our job quests. Much like we did role quests last time, job quests are the focus of today. I figure let's start with the tank and go with Gunbreaker first. When last we had Ronovan and Sophie coming to Ul'dah looking for work. I want to go and see the famous gold saucer, but Ronovan says we're too tight a budget to fritter our money away like that. I'll try asking him again once we find some more lucrative work. And Ronovan, of course, is going to be our Russian, the best Russian accent I can do, which is pretty terrible, but we shall try. For better or worse, Ronovan has found a citizen of Ul'dah in need of a bodyguard. The walls that surround this city remind me of my homeland. We built it as a fortress to keep out invaders. But none of that made much difference in the end. Oh, not this again. Perhaps you could lighten the mood by sharing our recent bit of good news. Ah, yes. It looks like we found our next client. Nothing's been decided, but a lady named Oer is waiting for us near the Gate of Thal. We'll meet you there. The Gate of Thal. I am terrible with names, and location names are no different. But luckily, we got a Gate of Thal right here. We'll just walk right in. I recognize you. Child model doesn't ring any bells. Oh. That's like, there was a girl for the Red Mage quest, though. Oh my god, is the Red Mage quest. Oh, here we are. Tim? Supposed to be talking to strangers. I hope this doesn't involve any babysitting. Where's that motherly spirit, Sophie? Perhaps I should let you do the talking. You're the bodyguards, right? We need your help. It's my husband. After he walked out, I thought I'd seen the last of him, but now you've got to keep him away from us. I'm not quite sure we're qualified to settle domestic disputes. Donovan, this sounds serious. Hear her out, would you? Very well. My apologies. Please continue. His name is Geralt. He won't leave us alone, and he keeps jumping out to harass us when we're by ourselves. If we go outside the city gates, I'm sure he'd follow us. And when he does, I want you to scare him off. I doubt he'll show himself if he sees you are bodyguards, so wait somewhere nearby. When the moment is right, we'll give him a fright he won't forget in a hurry. Yes, that ought to work. Tim and I will leave through this gate, so you should find a hiding place. It's time that bastard, excuse my language, learned his lesson. Not quite the glamorous line of work I envisioned for a gun breaker, but hey, as long as it pays, right? Kind of reminds me of like something maybe in JD Love Explored. And my hand, yeah. Well, you know, it's magic. It's magic explosions. For some reason, we're immune to them. This feels kind of almost like a witching side quest, where the witcher just goes, ah, or Geralt would say, I'm not really. This isn't really the line of a witcher. Like, I'll pay you. Okay. The lady wants you to leave her alone. Oh, hey, who's this freak? Get him, boys! And then you beat them all to death. Should have stayed away. But anyway. Are we waiting for Daddy? Kid still likes his dad. If he tries anything, make him pay. I wonder if we're being set up here. When he's like, I just want to see my kid. We have to like come out and start whipping him, literal pistol whipping him with our gun blades. This husband of hers sounds like a nasty piece of work. We'd best be ready for trouble. Remember, we've got the boy to think about. I'd rather not cut a man down in front of his own son. But I will if I have to. You follow my lead. Get away from her! What? Who the bloody hells are you? Friends of Aurel. Now walk away while you still can. Well, they want what's best for my boy. Your boy? You've got no right to call him that. He belongs to me. This is your final warning. Bother them again, and you won't live to regret it. Sounds like a setup. Sounds like we're being set up. That'll teach him. You were wonderful, worth every gill. Thank you so much. Yeah. It's a pleasure. Although there wasn't much for you to do, your presence lent weight to my words. But most importantly, the client was satisfied with our work. Yes, she did seem rather pleased with herself. Listen, you two. There's no time to explain. We have to follow that woman. Here's bells! When Sophie gets one of her hunches, there's no stopping her. Let's see. All the way in drive up there. So let's see what happened. Is she gonna sacrifice him? Child sacrifices. I didn't like the way she said he belongs to me. That was a pretty big giveaway right there. I can't even talk to them. Ooh, she's gonna trade them to the Almolja. They're willing to pay coin for New Tempered. I knew she was up to something. Why would she bring Tim all the way out here? we supposed to do with a runt like this? If we feed him up, he might be worth something Monday. She's sick and tired. We've got to stop them. Wait, is that... Enough of this. Stay away from my son. Son, eh? You should have kept out of this, mate. Too late now. Quickly, we've got to help him. Not now. Father, it is up to you. All right. Father Pius to the rescue. Now, the only thing I don't really like about Gunbreaker, before we get into this little level experience, my thoughts on Gunbreaker so far. Not bad. It's not a bad class. I like its little burst window, basically building up your gauge, doing burst strike until you have no mercy ready, and then unloading your Gnashing Fang combo, and then ending it with a burst strike if you're quick enough to get the another 1, 2, 3 combo out. The one complaint I have is actually with Demon Slaughter. Now you think, why do you have... Oh wait, it's not Demon Slaughter, it's Demon Slice. Why would I have a problem with Demon Slice? It's just a circle AoE. Well, for some reason, it doesn't have a... Or at least I can't hear it. It doesn't have an audio cue when you hit somebody. Now, this does. I can hear it when I hit people. But this one, I never hear the connection. And that's kind of important when you're dungeon running and you're trying to go wall to wall. So that's my one big problem I have with it. But besides that, it's certainly a lot more fun to play, I would say, on earlier levels, because you get your regen at level 45, which is really nice. And you get, you know, your danger zone at 18 as compared to like Warriors OCD, which you get like past 60, somewhere between 60 and 70, which is crazy. So it's kind of like a mixture of Paladin, where you have you just have a small window of damage increase rather than a buff you constantly have to apply. A little bit of Warrior in here with the OCD, and yeah, the Paladin, instead of just hitting your spell, you just hit Gnashing Fang over and over. So yeah, it is a bit homogenous with the rest of the tanks, but it's not bad. The nice thing is you get Atonement equivalent at 60. What do I get at 60? Gnashing Fang? Yeah, that's true. You get it at 60 rather than between 60 and 70. But yeah, it's not bad. Of course, I'm just happy to have a new class to play. Okay, we'll take care of the DPS first. Get a bleed. Always loved my dots. Oh, and I've turned off battle music. I'll go into why I turned off battle music if I get back to the MSQ, but yeah, for right now we just got no battle music. I guess I could turn it back on for the job quests. Okay, we'll do it for now. I wonder if that would have been a Realm Reborn, since we're in the Realm Reborn area, or Shadowbringers battle music. She's worried now. Some of that patented Warrior of Light aiding. You saved us. How can I ever... Daddy! Father, I let you down. I let everyone down. But Sophie, what happened here? I knew the moment I met Oro, there was something not quite right about her. It wasn't until later I realized she's a somnus addict. Oh, that's the drug. Once it takes hold, it changes you. She was able to keep her addiction hidden from most, but not from me, and probably not from her family either. Yes, I've known for a while, but I had no idea she'd do something like this. Gods, if I hadn't started gambling, this never would have happened. My debt spiraled beyond my control, so she ran away from me to start a new life with our son. The shock of losing them made me realize I couldn't live like that anymore. So I vowed to turn my life around, worked my fingers to the bone to repay the money I owed. But by that time I finally found the courage to track down Oro. It was too late. She'd made new friends, the wrong sort of friends, and had to resort to God knows what to make ends meet. It became too much to bear. Somnus was her only escape. Nothing else mattered to her, not even her own child. So you see, it wasn't only my life I ruined. I made her who she is today. That's why I don't have it in me to hate her. What will you do now? I plan to send her to Frondale's Ferronistery? Okay, I guess it's that time already. Time to look up a new word. Okay, let's see. How do I spell this? Ferron. A thinking place, an establishment devoted to education or study, an establishment for study and learning. Wish they would have the pronunciation. Frontistery. Let's just put this in my vocab folder. Oh, yeah. Only thing worse than my pronunciation is my spelling. Alright. New word added. One second. Alright, let's get back to the game. Place of thinking. Ferronistery. They can treat people like Oro. Although it costs more than most folks can afford, my savings should cover it for a short while at least. I'll take it one day at a time and see that she responds to treatment. I know she might never recover, but I can't give up on her. Obviously, she's in no fit state to look after Tim, so he'll be living with me. You could have been killed confronting those slavers. If you wind up dead, there'll be no one to look after the boy. From now on, you'll have to think before you act. I will, I swear it. Thank you all for everything you've done. That poor child. Sophie's quick thinking may have saved him from this occasion, but I fear his hardships are far from over. I, on the other hand, only succeeded by disgracing myself. Again. It's not your fault, Radovan. I think you owe Father an explanation, though. Yes. If we fight by side, there's something you should know. Though I served as an Imperial conscript for a time, after I disobeyed a direct order, I was sentenced to solitary confinement for more than a decade. Jeez. Like many of the inmates, I was forced to wear a magic tech collar. They should have gotten a better model than this for the collar. That is not... There's better things in-game than a bow necklace. Come on now. Okay, anyway. The wardens could use them to administer a severe electric shock any time they pleased. And pleased them it did. The paralysis would eventually wear off. But even now, years after removing the collar, my whole body will suddenly seize up, as though the pain never left me, and could reawaken at any moment. Thankfully, my condition appears to have improved somewhat since leaving the Empire. Perhaps one day I will be free of it. But until then, there's no telling when time it might strike. Radovan saved my bacon more times than I can count, so it's only fair that I do the same for him. Though we've been through thick and thin ever since the first time we've met in the Garlean jail. I was awaiting execution along with the other captured members of the Resistance, as well as various insurgents and undesirables. Among them were several somnus addicts. Even in Imperial jail, there are ways to get your hands on it. When I saw Oral, I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but she had the same look in her eyes as those lost souls. Anyway, where was I? So, Radovan had been meaning to escape ever since he was first imprisoned, and was secretly digging a tunnel, few ilms each night, over the course of about 10 years. The only thing was, it went the wrong way. Then one night he suddenly burst through my wall. Why did you have to tell him that? I know I'm far from proud of my miscalculation. Well, things worked out in the end, didn't it? The other inmates made such a racket when you came crashing in, it drew the attention of the wardens, and all hells broke loose. In the confusion, Radovan and I forced our way past the guards, and by some miracle we managed to avoid their searchlights. Finally, we are free. Free to return to my wife and child, to my homeland. Or so I thought. while I'd been rotting away in a guardian's cell. Everything I knew, everything I'd loved had been taken from me. I should have been there, but I couldn't even. Enough of this. We've spoken over long as is. Well then, where to next? I think I've had my fill of old Da. Let's say we try our luck in Limsa Lominsa. I'm sure a change of scenery will do us a world of good. Yes, I like the sound of that. Let's reconvene at the local Adventurers Guild. There we go. Oh, she's changed outfits again. A little fashionista here. Well, you got the sailor part right, I guess. So, what do you think? A city founded by pirates. Now there's a terrible idea if I ever heard one. With all the cutthroats running rampant, I'm surprised there's anyone left. But what about the views, the sea breeze? There'll be plenty of time to enjoy ourselves once we've a few more guild in our pocket. Father, we are still waiting for word from the guild, so perhaps you should find somewhere for a few practice swings in the meantime. I'm back from my practice swings. Rodovan is hoping for a nice, straightforward, no strings attached assignment. You'll be pleased to hear from that the Yellow Jackets have offered us an assignment. After taking on more than we bargained for with our previous clients, we're hoping this one will turn out to be relatively straightforward. We haven't heard what it entails yet, but I'll bet it's something important. A man called Futag Yafutag, well, that's a Lalafell if I ever heard one, has arranged to meet us in Bulwark Hall. Let's go and see what he wants. Dude, Bulwark Hall. I guess you can take the stairs down, right? But elevator faster. Yep, called it. Futag Yafutag. You just put Ya in front of your name, dude. That's the worst Lalafell name I've ever seen. Their uniform seems a bit billowy for my taste, but I do like the color. So these Yellow Jackets uphold the law? I imagine they would have their work cut out for them around here. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I'll be brief. Excuse me. We want you to protect Guildwince, who was recently leader of the Flaming Mongrels. I wonder if I've heard that before. They were once a gang of raiders, but eventually settled into Limsa to extort and rob their way into a position of considerable influence in the criminal underworld. That all ended when Goldwitz turned himself in. No one saw it coming, not even the other flaming mongrels. He's due to give testimony in exchange for a reduced sentence. And not just about his crimes he committed himself either. All of the gangs he's had dealings with have ample reason to silence him before he spills his secrets. He's currently being held in the Morby dry docks. Your job is to see that he reaches Limsa in one piece. So you want us to act as bodyguards for a crip? I do not like the sound of that. We'd be protecting the information in his head, which could be used to bring countless lawbreakers to justice. It sounds like a worthwhile cause to me. Oh, Sophie said that original part. Sorry, Sophie. Gave you Rudovan's voice. It is. And before you ask why we're hiring outsiders, it's to avoid attention. If I pull too many yellow jackets from their posts, the gangs will figure out what's going on. Better to give the impression that it's business as usual while using professionals like you to escort him in secret. We still need to secure the route, so I'll go on ahead and see to the preparations. Come and find me at the dry docks when you're ready. Before we begin, we should find out more about this Goldwitz. While it's important to place our trust in the client, I don't want to repeat the same mistake we made last time. The Octant. This guy always has information. Though I don't remember you having that mustache. I wonder if it's the same person. If the rumors are true, the flaming mongrels are involved in the most of the money dealings and extortion that goes on in the city. Goldwitz was the center of the web, overseeing every aspect of these clandestine activities. Now that he has found the decency to give himself up, I imagine that his former associates would rather he kept quiet concerning their dealings. Oh yes, everybody's heard of the flaming mongrels. Their modus operandi is to offer loans, increase the interest to the extent that their mark has no hope of ever paying it back, and then forcing that poor soul to obey their every whim. First red, then blue. And that's Dancer, so don't have to worry about that. Oh, there we are. I'm not at liberty to discuss the ongoing investigation. I can say, however, that many Yellow Jackets believe heartless curs like Goldwitz deserve nothing less than death. He and his rogues have left only tragedy and despair in their wake. Mercy would be a waste. I understand where you're coming from. Mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. Levin, what are you doing in the markets? This Gurdwitz has earned quite the reputation for himself. It seems that Futag was telling the truth. Did you hear anything useful? Yes, it is just as Futag said. Gurdwitz certainly has a lot of enemies on both sides of the law. Donovan, it's not too late to refuse. Think about what you're doing. Trust me, I have. Now, let's say no more on the matter. We have a job to do. Morby Dry Docks. Now let's take the scenic route. Think a little bit about this quest. So what do we think? Why did he give himself up? Did something a little too much? Or is this just a trap? No spoilers, by the way. No, these are rhetoric questions. Don't you love Lower La Noscia, where the Aetheryte is all the way down south? A Realm Reborn area design. I thought it would be at Aleport, because Aleport at least has a jail cell you can use. I expect he'd be in fetters, but I'll still be keeping an eye on him. If he tries to escape, I'll make him regret it. We can't let anyone get between us and Gurdwitz. If he dies, it's all for naught. All set? Good. It's time to bring out the prisoner. I'm expecting a Rogadin. Indeed. I present Gurdwitz, Scourge of Limsa Lominsa. His life is in your hands now. Guard him well. Thank you kindly. Are you sure you've got the right man? Quite sure. Now listen carefully, this is important. We've scouted the road ahead and we spotted a group of unsavory figures lying in wait. The plan is to put them down and rush past before anyone realizes what's happened. Do you think they'll include Beastmaster in the free trial like Blue Mage? Duh. I hate to break it to you, but they've already announced that it will not be for the free trial. Until the free trial gets Dawntrail at least. You have to have Dawntrail to play Beastmaster, which really kind of sucked. I mean, I get it. I mean, the free trial is already super great. I mean, I'm playing Shadowbringers right now, but it's like you have to have Dawntrail to play non-Dawntrail content now, which is probably why they gave Blue Mage to the free trial. It's like, oh, that doesn't make sense. Why would? Because Blue Mage originally was only a Realm Reborn content, much like how Beastmaster is now. Why not let people who own a Realm Reborn play a Realm Reborn? But yeah, we're not getting Beastmaster. Sorry. I know it's like, oh, but you get so much already. It's like, I want my Beastmaster, and I definitely want my PvP back. I want my PvP. Give the free trial the PvP. They don't even have to give us everything. Just give us some PvP. Just give us a little bit. I think it's a bad call. One, they promised us the free trial would be let back into PvP like 4 years ago. And two, people who play MMOs for PvP should give a chance to try it out before they commit to a sub. That's just my opinion. But mostly they promised to let us back in. They said it was temporary, that we'd be kicked out. Hello, see the kitty? Good to see you. Well, restricting the market board? I think the guild cap is restrictive enough, yeah. I don't mind that they don't allow us to do /tells and /shout. Otherwise, there'd be so many spammers. Like, we have a bad enough problem with bots, but if we gave free trial the ability to shout promote, like guild buying and things like that, it would. That's the biggest restriction that I understand. It's like, okay, I get it, and no trading. I get that too. No trading. That's fine. No market board, no trading, no shout, no tell. And I guess I kind of get the guild cap, but come on, content. Let us have content. I know it's already a huge amount of content, but I want more. Anyway, well, if that's how you prefer us to handle it, very well then. But we'll need someone to take the lead and cut through their ambush. I choose you for that role, Father. Show me how far you've come as a gunbreaker. The rest of us will stay close to Guildwits and fend off any that try to flank us, Futag. I give you my word that we will get him to Rimsalumza, even if I have to carry him there. We're depending on you, Father. Once you've cleared a path, we'll be right behind you. We'll regroup at Ashkan's Embrace and assess the situation before moving on. I'd go with you if I could, but my responsibility is to keep Guildwits alive. Radovan's orders. I'd appreciate what you're doing for me, lad. Don't push yourself too hard. If things take a turn for the worse, fall back. Cutting a swath through enemy lines, striking where they're most vulnerable, before they even have a chance to counterattack. This is where gunbreakers excel. I mean, we get our dash at 56, our gap closer. That's, I think, the first? No, maybe Dark Knight. Dark Knight also gets its dash before 60. Just one of you? I feel insulted. I'm not. Can you imagine if they only gave us male Hrothgar and female Vera? I know a lot of people said, oh, they're not going to do it. I'm like, come on. That would be crazy if they didn't allow us to have both. Crazy, I tells you. I'm gonna keep my burst for what's coming next. You know what I'm really happy about, though, for Evercold is finally you're going to be able to make actual orange tiger Hrothgar. I tried making Hrothgar in the character creator, and I couldn't really make an orange tiger. Boy, that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I was like, what? You can have a yellow, and you can kind of have this brown color, but not orange. So that's, I don't know. Maybe I'll make a Hrothgar run. Imagine if they gave us Endwalker for free too the next 3 to 4 years. The entire saga is up for grabs. Yeah, I don't know if they're ever going to give us Endwalker. I feel like giving it maybe. I mean, I say that. I would expect, maybe 4 years from now, they'll give the trial, and I don't think I'll be a trial for that long. I think this is my last foray as a trial player as Shadowbringers. Because before, when they gave us Shadowbringers, they said, as they gave it to us, we're probably going to expand the trial even further. When they gave us Shadowbringers, they're like, you get Shadowbringers. And then they were quiet. Now, I don't know, we might expect it for every new expansion they expand the trial, but I think they might hold off on Endwalker because that's the finale. You could play the whole trial end at Endwalker, and then you would be like, I don't need to play this anymore unless the next expansions are really good. That's the end of the Zodiark Hydaelyn story. Who would need to play after that? A lot of people who subbed stopped playing after that. It's like, oh, that's the story. It's done for me. I'm good. Oh, wait, do I have my daily? Sorry, 1 second. I have to go into Twitch and ban my daily bot. There you go. All right. Yes, very impressive. But I'll save my thanks until we reach Limsa, if you don't mind. I bring bad news, I'm afraid. Those men weren't here to ambush you. They were only lookouts. The bulk of the enemy forces lie ahead. We'll take the prisoner to a safe hiding place until those rogues have been dealt with. What? Why wasn't I informed sooner? We only just received the information ourselves. I'm to take the prisoner into custody, while you are to return to your post until further notice. As for the hirelings, their service are no longer required. This is covert. This is a foul. He didn't know about it, and now she's telling us to get away from him. Now, hold on a moment. Look, if you got a problem, take it up with Commodore Rayner. They're his orders, not mine. You know, Link Pearl would be really good in this instance. All right, you made your point. Well, that's that, I suppose. Nevertheless, I'll see that you receive full amount, as agreed. It was a pleasure working with you. Tell us about your Warrior of Light story. Well, I have 3. If you're talking about this one, Father Pius, he's a Hellenic priest who really emphasizes the war aspect of Helone. So he's kind of a warrior priest. Very mysterious past. He might be insane. He comes from, I'm going to say, right now he comes from the eastern Korthus Highlands that have been cut off. So just kind of showed up. It's like, oh, I'm from Eastern Korthus Highlands, even though that's been cut off from the rest of Ishgard. They haven't fully repaired the big bridge yet. And yeah, he really took a liking to the Machinist Guild, as he has He doesn't really like the use of magics. So Gunbreaker is a natural fit for him as well. But he's kind of obsessed with finding the primals as he views them as false gods. And he has no love for those who summon them, be they beastman or human. So yeah, his kind of backstory is hunting Shiva was one of his big things that he wanted to do. So he really hates the heretics as well. But when the war ended, he kind of just decided to go exploring. Because he felt kind of without purpose after the Dragon Song War ended. At least that's what I've come up with him so far. I have a catalog of characters that I just inserted into every game. Something about this doesn't add up. Surely it would make more sense for Futag to go along with them. Besides, our agreement was to see to Gertwets to Limsaro Minza. And that's exactly what I intend to do. You two come with me. Nothing ever is as it seems with these Gunbreaker job quests. It looks like the shoe's on the other foot this time, so I can hardly refuse. Come on, before he does something we'll regret. Well, in his eyes, yeah, he's like, I'm a healer, but yeah, I'm a priest, but he really gets into the war aspect of Holone. And he really fell kind of like as a guy in Ishgard, and as an Ishgardian, when the Machinist Guild popped up, he really took a liking to it, as he viewed them as kind of instruments of war, and kind of the whole Deus Ex Machina thing. God is in the machine. So he's kind of my warrior. Well, I'm kind of relieving him of warrior duties and just relying completely on Gunbreaker. Dragoon, kind of as the power of mine enemy, kind of Ishtinians type thing, and of course Machinist. Very important to be at least okay with violence, warrior light. How could you go through this game as a pacifist? That's what I want to know. I think in the original, like 1.0, you could go the entire game. Well, you couldn't do the story, but you could progress. But again, there's no expansion, so that makes sense as a Disciple of Hand. This is her idea of a safe hiding place? She took him inside. If my guess is correct, there's no time to waste. Nothing for it but to follow him, I suppose. How come it looks like his shirt is on backwards? See the collar here? And the... Now Limsons in their fashion, who can understand it? This at once! Stay out of it, sellsword! My friend's dead because of this filth. Oh, she isn't a... I thought she was like a pirate in disguise, but she actually is a yellow check-in. He's got no right to live, so why would you protect him? Because I gave my word. Though he may be beyond redemption, his acts not for his own sake, but for the good of others. His testimony will make Limsaro Minza a safer place. Now, Lower your axe. Take the 12 you got here when you did. It didn't take long for us to find out it was all a ruse, but by then she'd already brought him enough time to carry out her plan. Luckily for us, you three weren't so easily duped. Of course, she's not the only yellow jacket to bear a grudge against Guildwits, but I never thought any of us would go to such lengths. Ah, fine bloody mess this is. What kind of punishment would you give somebody like that? While she may have waylaid somewhat, our orders to escort Guildwits still stand. Before we go, I want to thank ye for all ye done. Truth is, I ain't got long to live. Even if I can escape having me head lopped off, the sickness will get me sure enough. You could have lived out your days as one of the leading figures in the underworld. Powerful. What made you turn yourself in? Since afore I can remember, I've been cheating and killing to put food in me belly and gill in me pocket. And I was good at it too. Worked me way to the top. But the top of what? A bunch of liars, swindlers, and murderers. And when I found out I only a few moons left, I realized Limp's just the way it is because of people like me. It ain't gotta be that way though. Not if I say my piece. In that case, we'd best get you to Limsa, post-haste. Aye, before I kick the bucket. Lead the way. Interesting take, interesting take, I'll say that much. I'm glad our part's over, but I wonder what will happen to Guildwits. That was rather more eventful than I anticipated, I must say. However, that you and yours performed admirably. You're done right by me. For that I thank ye. Not the most direct route, but we got here in the end. All that remains is for Guildwits to give his testimony. On behalf of the Yellow Jackets, I offer my thanks. You've kept your word. Now it's fair turn. Fare ye well. Every city has its problems. This one more than most. It's high time we moved on. Seeing as we've been to Alamigo, Gridania, Uldal, and Solomitsa, that just leaves Ishgard. I don't exactly thrive in cold climates, though. Just get yourself a decent overcoat, and you'll be fine. Well then, let's be off. So this is a job quest that requires you to do Heavensward before you can do it, I guess. It makes sense. It's a level 60 job. The Wandering Knight. Oh wait, the Forgotten Knight. How could I forget the name of the Forgotten Knight? There you go. See, you got your nice winter coat. Why would anyone want to live here? Even in these thick clothes, I'm frozen to the bone. Why? Because this place is awesome. Look at the architecture, and I like cold climates. How about you, my furry fellow? I'll admit, it's a fair bit colder than I was anticipating. Not that that's anything to be concerned about. Easy for you to say. You'll soon get used to it, I'm sure. Anyway, Father, it seems that instead of offering work via an adventurers guild, Ishgardian Temple Knights issue leaves. Although there do not appear to be any clients in need of protection, it's only a matter of time before something comes our way. Until then, be sure not to let your skills or your gun blade grow rusty. I'll say one thing for Ishgardians, they certainly know how to dress. Not only do their clothes keep out the cold, well, most of it, they're surprisingly elegant. Level 68. Rodovin and Sophie's expressions are as somber as their surroundings. One moment, I need a drink of water real quick. Alright, back to it. We Hrothgar are quite used to snow and ice, so we sometimes forget that the problems it poses for the other races. This morning a homeless Eardad was found lying stone cold in the streets. When they came to carry him away, he was frozen solid like a statue. The poor thing can't have been more than 20 summers old. Excuse me. We asked the Temple Knights if there was something we could do, and we were told they had the perfect assignment for us. Our client this time is Reese of Garland Ironworks. Which nation has the worst drip? My vote's on Gridania. That's a fair. It's certainly not Ishgard, and it's certainly not Ul'dah. Ul'dah's got some nice clothes if you dye it the right way. I'm like trying to even think what Gridania fashion is like. You go to the Gold Saucer and you can buy clothes from, I know you can buy Riviera clothes, which are Limsa. Yeah, I would say it's Gridania by default. Or Alamigo. I'd have to look at more Alamigo clothing. Their founder, Sid Garland, is one of the few Guardians to have turned his back on the Empire, and is a hero to many living under their rule. I wonder if I might have the honor of meeting him in person. At any rate, I must first head to the Sky Steel Manufactory. Yeah. I hope they have special reactions for Pius. He belongs to this guild. I mean, Lisa's traditional Alamigan gear was kind of fire, so I'm still thinking about who has the worst drip. I think it's just the default Gridania. Oh, your warrior likes Alamigan? Where are the... No, in corn. I don't quite recognize you, Reese, but you got a gun on your back. Is it true that Sid is the one who introduced magic tech to Eorzea? So this is one of Sid Garland's workshops. Not exactly. Not exactly. Good morning. I take it your bodyguard's sent by the Temple Knights? There's someone I'd like you to protect, a recently defected Garlean engineer, as it happens. I'll not bore you with the details, but he is to oversee the installation of a ceruleum heating system. We're hoping it would avert tragedies like the one that recently occurred in the Broom. Yes, we saw the body being carried away. Terrible sight it was. If this engineer friend of yours needs safe passage here, we'll be glad to help. A pacifist monk who vows never to kill again because he committed way too many war crimes. Kind of a Rurouni Kenshin-esque character. I respect it. Unfortunately, the Empire does not... Oh wait, this is raised... not Radovan. Unfortunately, the Empire does not take kindly to desertion, especially when the man in question is one of the most highly esteemed scientists. We've recently received word that a group known as the Alude has been dispatched to see that he never reaches Ishgard. Gods be good. I've heard of them. Prisoners offered an opportunity to reduce their sentences through loyal service to Garlemald. By all accounts, they fight like men possessed, desperate to earn their freedom. Worst of all, they are led by Vitus Quo Messala, a man whose cruelty knows no bounds. As a soldier, he reached the rank of Pilis Prior, but was regulated after butchering a village of innocent civilians, purely to sate his own bloodlust. Even his fellow guardians were disgusted by these barbaric acts, and that did not to damage his reputation as a skilled warrior equal to Gaius van Balsar himself. During my imprisonment, Vitus Quo Messala came to enlist me. I told him I'd sooner rot in a jail than serve under a rabid dog like him. As you can imagine, he was far from pleased with my refusal, and tried to persuade me by using my magic tech collar to administer countless electric shocks. I'll never forget the look in his eyes as he pushed that button over and over. Of course, not everyone is as resilient as Radovan. Many who fight for the Alude do so against their will, though they are none the less deadly for it. By the Fury! If I had known the dangers involved, I'd call the whole thing off. But it's too late now. The airship is already on its way to Korthus, and should be arriving at the Observatorium. Sadly, we couldn't gain permission to have an Imperial craft dock in the city for matters of security. From the rendezvous point, we proceed the rest of the way on foot. Once we're safely inside the Gates of Judgment, we can consider the mission a success. Your friend is risking his life for the sake of others. Rhys, I give you my word that he will reach Ishgard safely. Listen, Sophie. You know as well as I do that the Aruede are ruthless as they are tenacious. For that reason, I want you to stay behind. You think you could take them on without me there to heal you? Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful to have you by my side, but against foes like that, father and I will struggle to protect you and the engineer. One moment, need to blow my nose. Protect me? Look, Rodovan, we protect each other, remember? Or perhaps you see me nothing but a burden. Fine, have it your way. Not to rush you or anything, but we should be going. I'll meet you at the airship landing on top of the tower. Before we leave, there's something I'd like to make clear. I didn't mean what I said to Sophie. I think she's an excellent conjurer, and more than capable of taking care of herself. But this Vitisko Mesala we are dealing with is a monster who delights in toying with his prey. I cannot let her face that kind of danger. You see, Sophie and I have been inseparable since we've escaped our guardian captors. When I discovered what had befallen my family, I came close to taking my own life. And I might have even gone through with it if Sophie hadn't stopped me. She lost loved ones too, but has never given up hope. Sophie helped me realize that there's still a place in this world for me. In fact, it was her idea that I became a bodyguard. Although no one would ever replace the family I lost, she helped me fill that void in my life and gave me reason to carry on. Huh! If she would hear now, she would tell me to stop being such a sentimental old fool, or words to that effect. Anyway, the sooner we finish this assignment, the sooner I can get back here and apologize to her. Not ominous at all. Not giving off little red flags. No, they wouldn't kill off your job trainer. Not until... I say that, the samurai, I'm like, not until the final quest. A part of me wishes there was an option character, or at least a glam item, to give characters the Garlean eye. Though that would break lore since Garleans can't use magic. I mean, you can brute force them to do magic as Xenos has done. What's the Castrum Ambania? There's a Garlean in there. He's pretty much lost his complete will, but he casts pretty powerful magics. I mean, he looks really like experimented on. He barely resembles human anymore. Garleans are always trying to figure out a way for them to be able to use magic. But yeah, to have a lot of people being able to do that would kind of be lore breaking. Now, when you said Garlean airship, I wasn't expecting this. This looks like an Eorzean airship. I'm expecting more like a warship. One quick moment. I have to use the bathroom real quick, so we're going to do a quick bio break. And I shall return anon, very close, very soon. Let's see what this engineer is all about here. I'm getting the impression they've been waiting for us. Perhaps I spoke over long. Now that you're here, allow me to introduce the man you'll be escorting. My mic was off, excuse me. Kato nan Mamila, at your service. Or should that be Kato Mamila now that I am in Ishgard? Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. Master Mamila is carrying documents liberated from the Empire that could prove vital in Garland Ironworks' investigation of Omega. This may lead to an increased likelihood of encountering Imperial pursuers, however. Well then, shall we begin? There's always a twist. Yeah, suspicion. Now, of course, we're going to take the faster route down. Whee! Major General, appreciate your service. We're going to get a new minion now. Come on, duckling. Doesn't look Garlean. That's PvP gear. So probably a sellsword. That's the way. Give them what for. They found us. The Arudue knew we were coming. Hell's bell, they must have seen that airship from Malms away. I'll stay with the engineer. Now go ahead and draw them out. We'll rendezvous at the camp to the north. This one's mine. Might as well. So they dress them like sellswords, I guess. That's a really cool animation. I like how it gets stuck parts way and then explodes to keep going. you first. I really need an AoE that I can spend my cartridges on. Wait, what's this? Oh, it's my, give that to... So this is, well, basically my intervene, heart of stone. When under the effect brutal shell, it also has effect granted to the target. Brutal shell is this? No, it's keen edge. Oh no, that is brutal shell. So I don't quite get it. Basically gives them an extra barrier, I'm guessing. Where is everybody? Some of the Adue stayed in their hiding places until you passed. One of them got Reese. He's hurt. But it could have been a lot worse. I'm sorry, they caught me by surprise. We've made it this far, but the Vitus is still out there. If this is just a taste of what the Adue have in store for us, our best option is to avoid confrontation altogether. Mamula and I will sneak past them while you and Reese stay behind. The two of us together stand a better chance with than a group of four. Now we should stick together or take care of Mamula. I think Mamula was the guy who invented that shock collar, and he hates him for it. How did I get my Ojo-sama soundbite? I just looked at a lot of YouTube videos. I typed in the Japanese for Ojo-sama, you know, like Lady of the House, and found one that fit, basically. I don't know what anime it's from or anything like that, but finally there was a lot of one that didn't have music or too much background music noises in it, and that's where I got it. I'll say take care of him. Oh, I'll take care of him, alright. I have a feeling he wants to get rid of him. Another twist, he's now the guy that's doing it. We'll meet back in Ishgard. My colleagues will contact me via link pearl once Master Mamula has arrived in Ishgard. In the meantime, we should lie low. We don't want to alert the Aluaid to our presence any more than we already have. Oh, and I better get these wounds looked at. Thank goodness you're alright. You've been gone so long, I came looking for you. I met a few nasty characters on the way here, but I soon sent them packing. Wait, where's Radovan? And that engineer you're supposed to be escorting? Cantu nan Mamula. Ooh, new music. I haven't heard this one before. Or maybe I have, but it's been a while. If the two of them are together, then Radovan never talks to anyone about it. But he comes from a place called the Boja Citadel. It was utterly destroyed in an Garlean experiment gone wrong. In charge of the project were Midas van Garland and his right-hand man, Sato nan Mamula. Radovan's opposition to Boja being used as a testing ground for potentially dangerous magitech led to his imprisonment, and his fears were proven correct when the city was obliterated. There's a strong chance he's planning to exact his revenge. Just like the Yellow Jacket in the last quest. We have to stop him. They headed west towards Ishgard, right? Maybe we should follow their tracks. There's no time to lose. Only went past Ishgard. You want the puny puck? Here's your chance. That's one of the hardest achievement fates. I took him all the way down here. You'd think the engineer would have been like, hey, we're going past the Gates of Judgment. No, Gates, that's not the real Gates of Judgment. That's not Ishgard. That's Gardish. Real Ishgard this way. I take you to see Behemoth. Everyone loves Behemoth. Looks like they're going to Behemoth's domain. For my homeland, for my family. Boja. Jeez. Look at this guy's glasses. How come we don't have access to that? Father? Stay back. This fiend robbed me of everything I held dear. Don't deny me my vengeance. He's unarmed, but you swore to protect him. I will not beg your forgiveness. However, I ask that you hear my final words. Midas and I knew that there were risks involved with the experiment, but we did not foresee that it could fail so catastrophically. I had lived with unending, agonizing guilt ever since. From that day forth, I sought redemption, a chance to somehow right the wrongs I had committed. That's why I asked Midas's son Sid to aid in my deflection from Garlemald.
that my knowledge and expertise could be put to good use. But I had always knew that the sins of my past would return to haunt me. I submit myself to your judgment.
Does the word of a gunbreaker mean nothing? Have you forgotten about Goodwitz? I'm gonna say gunbreaker. What have I become? My honor as a gunbreaker, as a man, I've thrown it all away. You are the last of us now. You want us to kill him now, sir? No. The old goat can wait. He's got another gunbreaker sword. It's the prowling lion I want. Yes, your head will make a fine trophy. Oh, he's a Dark Knight. Oh no, he's using a Garlean gunblade. I recognize it now. Like something that one of the Legaeus had. The one in Heaven's Ward, the one who really liked the Emperor. He had a sword like that. Is Mamoru alright? Where's Radovan? Wandered off. But we still got a job to do. And I dread to think what might have happened if you hadn't stopped him. Come on, father. With or without Radovan, we still got a job to do. Let's get Mamoru to Ishgard. I like how a lot of Garleans are just Elizin without long ears. I noticed that Radovan acted rather strangely when he first met Master Mamoru, but I had no idea he tried to kill him. Thank goodness for you and Sophie. I shall not squander the second chance at life. You have my eternal gratitude. After the trouble you had reaching Camp Dragonhead, I'm pleasantly surprised that the Oddaway kept away from us for the remainder of the journey. Yes, fortunate indeed. All's well that ends well, as the saying goes. One thing still troubles me, though. If that Vitus Quo Messala is as ruthless as you say, I doubt the walls of Ishgard will deter him from pursuing his target. As much, Master Mamoru will be closely guarded until we can be certain it's safe. Yes, it would be a shame if we were kept from fulfilling our obligations. I hope that next time we meet, I shall have glad tidings to share. Elizin bow. Just Elizin. We managed to get Mamoru here unguarded. I mean, unharmed, excuse. Unguarded, yeah, exactly. Unharmed. But in doing so, we lost sight of Radovan. He could be anywhere by now. But we've been through too much for me to turn my back on him now. If he decides to get his act together, he knows where to find me. Until then, we'd better be on the lookout for the Oddaway.
I doubt we've seen the last of them. I'm gonna turn down the volume a little bit. Just a tad bit loud. Let me know if it's too quiet. Are we at 70? Yes, 70. Finally get my thing. Continuation allows for the firing of successive rounds with your gun blade. Gnashing Fang may be followed by Jagular Rip. Savage Claw may be followed by Abdomen Tear, and Wicked Talon may be followed by Eye Gouge. Not sure I quite understand, but I'll know better once I have it. For better or for worse, the Otaway are nowhere to be seen. Reese and the others seem to think they have abandoned their mission and gone back to Garlemald, which I highly doubt. For them, failure isn't an option. But what I want to know is, where was Frodovin? I have a good mind to pack up and leave him here, or at least find somewhere warmer to wait for him. If there's one thing I can't bear, it's standing around doing nothing, especially somewhere as bitterly cold as this. I know. Let's go ask the Temple Knights if they have any work for us. Now the leaves are over here. These are the last time we get combat leaves, as far as I know. Are you a person? Yes. What took you so long? I've already been and spoken to them anyway. There's a client looking for protection, but they wish to remain anonymous. We're supposed to meet them in a place called Twin Pools, which is in western Corthus, apparently. Seeing as we have nothing better to do, we might as well go and find out what they want. It should pass the time until Rodovin comes back, if nothing else. Ah yes, the Twin Pools. I think that's in northern Corthus, Western Highlands. Yep. Aetheryte one right here. Well, to be fair, there was an Aetheryte right here until it got destroyed. I guess it's kind of to make you feel like this is the last place of civilization. Everything else was decimated. Some environmental storytelling. Camp Riversmeet. That's where the Aetheryte has been destroyed. Once a key military outpost for the Ishgardian forces, the strategic location where the waters of Swiftrun and the Corthus flow together is home to a lone Aetheryte shard, which has stood abandoned in the years since the Calamity. I was just talking about that. Favorite zone? Maybe the entire game so far. Though I have to really think about I haven't seen all the Shadowbringers zones yet. Hey, you look like that guy. You look like that guy. Though it kind of shocks me that he's not Garlean. I mean, like true-blooded Garlean. He's an Elezen. Now, there's plenty of Elezens in Garlemald, as we've seen from the NPCs, but I didn't think one would be given such high status. My prayers have been answered. I was beginning to think that the Temple Knights had forgotten about me. I do hope you will forgive my need for secrecy. The nature of my request is very sensitive, you see. Now, if you would be very kind as to follow me. I can't break free. I know it was you. Wriggle all you want, little fly. Nothing escapes my web. It looks a little bit different now. He looked like an Elezen. Maybe that was just a glamour. Ah. But 'twould be a shame for you to die without knowing the name of the spider who ensnared you. I am Vitus Quo Messala, commander of the Ottaway. When we came to collect that old goat who strayed from the herd, I'd never expected to find a prowling lion, or should I say, warrior of light. There are many in Garlemald who would be delighted were I to present your corpse. Corpse, not corpse? One moment. One moment. Horse.
Horse.
Just a corpse. Living body and its bulk. Okay, well, I'm not going to save that to my folder because I kind of figured that out, but I will give the little chime anyway. Because, you know, just to be safe. Good to... So another word for corpse. Corpse, for some reason. Okay. Good way to get around censorship, I guess. I doubt that restoring me to Pillis Prior will suffice. No, Legaeus will be far more fitting. Vitus Von Messala has such a wonderful ring to it. Yes, so close I can almost taste it. Your tale ends here. Out of him. Where the bloody hells have you been? Trucking the other way. That's how I knew they'd come after you, father. Prisoner 1441, if I'm not mistaken. First you refuse my kind offer, then you have the audacity to escape. Now this. Whatever am I to do with you? You're not the only one with a few tricks up his sleeve, Vitus.
When we first encountered the other way, I noticed the collars they were wearing. I had one myself not long ago. This must be our way of maintaining discipline. I took one of them to Mamura, who engineered a device similar to yours. How ironic that the very collars you are so fond of could be turned against you. What a dick. But you know, that's an Ellison for you. As an Ellison player, what can I say? Worthless dogs. Of course, I never need the other way, or those magic tech traps to slay the likes of you. But I prefer to leave nothing to chance. No matter. We'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way. Speaking of which, where did you find those antiques? You think they can compare to a Garlean gunblade? You are wrong, very wrong. As much as I wish to fight him alone, there's more at stake here than my pride. We must rid the world of this beast once and for all. It's funny because I have a Skaven gunblade right now, which heavily implied that Nero designed. So, yeah, I kind of have a Garlean gunblade myself. Father Sophie, follow my lead. So why does he get a Dark Knight blade and get to a cooler Dark Knight stance? He's like using the samurai stance. But it's a little bit different. Okay, what is he saying? Do hold still, I take your head to the lion with a present to Emperor himself, yours, your friends, whatever. Dude. Combo. Getting the old clean, like, battle music. Oh, he's trying to trick me. Can I target Sophie with this? Ooh. Can't target him. I have enjoyed our little game, but time's come to an end. This does not look good. Rather take my ether. Is he gonna give us a limit break? Understood. Sophie, help me. Pandaria. Wow. It held strong. We made it, but that took everything we had.
Dedication. I really need voice lines for this stuff. It goes by too quickly. I can barely read it. Okay, well. I think I'm stupid enough to stand in front of that. Yeah, just like the other Legacies. Alright. Let's do this. Took too long, my combo. Not good enough. Just immediately. Maybe we'll take. Come on, man. I'm a mine raider. Like all that stuff he's saying, this is like, oh, finally we're alone, blah 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 blah. I can't really pay attention because I'm doing mechanics. I never thought I'd live to see the day that Vitus Quo Masala met his match. You're a better gunbreaker than I ever was. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry for all the trouble I put you both through. You're sorry? I should bloody well hope so, too, you great oaf. What were you thinking, threatening Mamula like that, not to mention leaving us to escort him to Ishgard? When Father found me in Mamula, I had noticed the other way watching us from a nearby cliff top. It was a ruse? I thought it was very strange that they'd pass up the opportunity to attack us. So I made it appear as though I had abandoned you and started following them in secret. I discovered that their primary target was now the Warrior of Light, not Kato Mamula. Their scouts saw you on the way to Camp Dragonhead and reported it to Vitus, who then called off the ambush to see for himself if the information was valid. Powerful as he was, he would never show his hand unless he was certain of victory. So he waited to make his move. One thing I did know for certain is that even if the three of us fought together, we wouldn't stand a chance against the full might of the Otherway. That was when I decided to consult our fugitive engineer. We talked into the early hours of the morning until we reached an understanding, and he agreed to construct the magic tech control device. In order for the plan to work, I would have to remain hidden until the very last moment, even from the two of you. But I thought you needed time alone to think about what you'd done. The remorse I felt for dishonoring myself was no act. When I realized Mamula's identity, I wanted to confront him about Bolja, but I needed to get him away from you and Reese. I never had any intention of killing him. All I wanted was for him to admit to his crimes. But it still gave me a sick sense of satisfaction to see him on his knees defeated. That's when I knew I'd betrayed the ideals of the Gunbreaker, and I'd abandoned my honor. I want to thank you for guiding me back to the true path. That was quite the ruse, even I was fooled. With Vitus gone, any remaining members of the Otherway are free from his control and are likely to be treated as fugitives running from the Empire. In any case, I think it's safe for Mamula to come out of hiding now. Back to the Forgotten Night. Though I may never forgive Mamula for what he has done, he strives to atone for his sins, as do mine. It is not me to judge. It is not for me to judge him. For all his talk about honor, Radovan can be a right sneaky bastard when it suits him. I'll have to keep my eye on him. Allow me to express my gratitude for vanquishing the Otherway, which I understand was due in no small part to Radovan's marvelous idea involving magic tech collars. I'm glad to hear the device I cobbled together functioned as intended. Yes, we couldn't have done it without your help. Vitus alone pushed the three of us to our limits. Had the Otherway joined the fight, things would have ended very differently. We owe you our lives. All things considered, it was the least I could do. A remarkably simple matter, in fact, compared to my next endeavor, the installation of Ishgard's cerulean heating system. While I may never be able to adequately repay the kindness I have been shown, I must begin somewhere until we meet again. Father, since I first met you, I knew you had the potential to become a gunbreaker. As the only one of my clan to escape the destruction of Bolja Citadel, I thought the art of the gunblade would die with me. Now that I have passed on all I know to you, my successor, I feel that there is little for you to gain from taking on assignments with us. Yes, we can hardly expect a warrior of light to spend valuable time assisting us on our money-making schemes. Before we part ways, however, there is one last place I would like to visit with you. I hear that a great many adventurers who hope to make a name for themselves head to Revenant's Toll. I imagine there will be plenty to keep us busy. But more than anything, I'm hoping to find others to whom I can impart the teachings of my clan. Once people see you with a gunblade strapped to your back, I'm sure it'll pique their curiosity. So, will you come with us? Sure. Oh, we just got teleported there. Seems like a funny location for a town, but it certainly is lively. I must confess, I would have struggled to find this place without you. Yes. When I first heard about a remote settlement populated almost entirely by adventurers and the like, I was expecting it to be a lot more lawless and chaotic. Knife fights over card games, that sort of thing. What a pleasant surprise it turned out to be. With a little luck, I can find candidates to train as gunbreakers. Though it goes against the tradition of my clan to teach outsiders, meeting you has proved to me that we were being overly cautious. You see, the gunblade is forged for one purpose, to protect. We feared that its techniques would fall into the hands of those who seek to oppress and conquer, such as the Guardians and the Allegans before them. Centuries of being beset by enemies on all sides have taught us to fear and mistrust those who are not of our clan. That's why we kept our art such a closely guarded secret. But when you came to our rescue that day, you acted without thought for your own safety to aid those in need. This is the true essence of the gunbreaker. You have your own ideals to protect, your own promises to keep. Go forth, Father, and follow your path, wherever it may lead. Jump. Continuation. In order to undertake the next Gunbreaker quest, you must meet the following requirements. You must complete the main scenario quest Shadowbringers. You must have completed the role quest to have loved and lost. Once you have done so, the next Gunbreaker class will be available from Radovan. So there is one more, eh? Anyway, I'm going to take... It's about time for... Well, let me switch characters. So we're done with Gunbreaker. And next shall be the Dancer. And yes, I shall be taking a short break to stretch and snack, as it were. As soon as I get on to my self-insert Joe here. Let's get to G-pose. Pumpkin cookie, actually. All right. So we'll take a short break, and then we're going to come back and finish Dancer. Let's see, what's a good time to come back? Let's make it... Let me get 18 past. Alright, I shall see you all. I shall see you all soon.
All right. Let us now continue. Gunbreaker has been completed. Now for Dancer. When last we were here, one of the Dancer girls was kind of coerced by Gege Ruju to stay behind. Well, let's continue on. Let's see what he has to say. Our home of Radz Athan also lies by the sea, but I must say I find the ocean breeze here singularly refreshing. Nashmera is ready to take the show on the road. Well, if it isn't my star pupil. Oh wait, what was the voice I was using for her? It's like kind of a hushed. You couldn't have come at a better time. A messenger just arrived. It would appear that Master Gegeruju, yes, has received a response from his friends in the Sultanate. As for the details, he would deliver them to us in person. Why don't you go on ahead to his villa? I will fetch Rana and be along shortly. I'm actually going to make this a little bit larger. There we go. No, not you. Well, well, if it isn't my second favorite dancer. Good news, my boy. Thanks to the highest recommendations of yours truly, my friends at the Sultanate would be more than happy to host one of your performances in Ul'dah. You have our deepest gratitude, Master Kegeruju. Truly your generosity knows no bounds. Oh, my poor dog is here. One moment, I have to lay out her favorite blanket so she knows where to put it. Right, doggo aggro taken care of. For the time being, at least. Think nothing of it. Your performance gave me a thrill I'll not soon forget. And while I'd love nothing more than to keep you all to my own, I'd be remiss if I didn't share my most remarkable discovery with the rest of the realm. And that goes for you in particular, my lovely Rana. You may be a bit rough around the edges, but that just adds to your untamed, dare I say, feral allure. Nothing would make me happier than to go down in history as the man who introduced your beauty to Eorzea. Why, Master Kegeruju, you're making me blush. Fall take me, I simply can't bear the thought that you've performed on my stage for the last time. You'll grace me with one final farewell performance, won't you? Surely after all I've done for you. Our apologies, Master Gegeruju, but we must not keep our audience in the Sultanate waiting. After all, this is but the second stop on our journey, a journey we must see through to the end. And besides, while your words do Rana and us all great honor, I would remind you that this girl is still an apprentice. Excess praise can lead to overconfidence, overconfidence to carelessness, and carelessness to an untimely fall. Do you hear me, Rana?
No matter what glowing words your admirers might heap upon you, remember that your journey as a dancer has only just begun. Keep your feet planted firmly on the ground, lest you stumble on the road to achieving your full potential. But of course, and yet, a truly inspiring to do such a devoted fan. Excuse me. And yet, it is truly inspiring to have such a devoted fan, is it not? Why, it helps me appreciate just how much I've blossomed as a dancer in such a short time. I do not mean to take light of your achievement, as I ask that only you stay focused on the task at hand. Continue to hone your craft, and not let yourself get swept away by unchecked emotion. And with that, we should be taking our leave, Master Gegeruju. We thank you for your patronage and hospitality. When our business in Eorzi is done, we will return and fully express our gratitude. You need not feel compelled to travel with the troop, Joel. I trust that you have matters of your own that you would attend to along the way. We shall await you in Ul'dah. I just do small talk now. Alright, Ul'dah. Now, where in Ul'dah is she? Oh, by the way, finally got to open my coffer here, get my Omega chakrams, which I've been looking forward to have for a very long time. That's the portrait I made. I like it because you could see me glaring through the hole, kind of circular to match the chakram. I only wish the eye was lighted up a bit, but I couldn't get it to light up in this position. Try as I may. All right, let's see what this troop has to say. Look at all the people. I wonder how many fans I'll make here. 1,000? 1,000,000? I can hardly wait. Now, what did she just tell you about letting it go to your head, Missy? The streets are a bit dusty, but the ornate architecture that the residence is something to behold. Clearly, the aesthetic tastes of Ul'dah tend towards the lavish. No doubt, Nashmiera has already taken this into consideration in planning our next performance. Excuse me, I have something in my throat. Maybe some water will do the trick. So this is Ul'dah, jewel of the desert. But we're not here to see the sights, no. We must decide upon a suitable venue for our next performance. As a matter of fact, I already have an idea. I was thinking we might put on a show in Stone's Throw, a settlement outside of the town, said to be home to the poor and downtrodden. Are you sure of this, Miss Nashmera? I agree that the art should be enjoyed by the lowborn as well as the high. But is some glorified shantytown truly the best place for us to find an audience here? I would have it no other way. Listen to me, Joe, and listen carefully. You will recall that I told you of our Craig stance. Has a unique power to clear the hearts and minds of worries and lift the spirits of all that behold it. Put another way, bringing joy and succor to the scorned and the suffering is no less than our calling in life. In Nimsa as well, our audience included many who were down on their luck, and yet it did not seem those troubles weighed so heavily on their hearts. Mayhap this is a remnant of their pirate heritage, a flagon and ale in hand, a song on the lips, and all their cares fade away. Ul'dah is different. Here I feel the scars of the calamity run deeper, particularly among those who lack the coin needed to rebuild their lives to their satisfaction. Stone's Throw it will be. I can think of no place more in need of what we offer.
You there, halt! Halt, I say!
You're the dancing troupe that's come by the invitation of the syndicate, yes? On the authority of the brass blades, we command that you desist at once. Fear not. You have done naught wrong. It's just, well, Stone Throw's not safe for visitors these days, you see. A group of real rabble-rousers have been causing trouble of late. You know how it is. Protests, riots, all that sort of unpleasant business. Of course, their anger is targeted directly at Ul'dah's upper crust. Not as like as not they'd leave you a troupe of performers. Like as not they'd leave you a troupe of performers. They leave you alone, okay. Still, the syndicate cannot accept the risk of honored guests suffering an untimely injury or worse. We'd appreciate your concern, but I can assure you that it is wholly unnecessary. All members of the troop are well trained in the art of self-defense. We are more than capable of taking care of ourselves. That's right. Besides, healing suffering and strife across the realm is precisely the reason we come here. Whatever sort of struggle your people face, why not let us look into the matter and see if we can resolve it? It's a gracious offer, but no. Keeping the peace is our sworn duty, and we cannot simply impose on our guests. Besides, we are trained soldiers, and you are not. For your own safety, you should take your leave of this place at once. You haven't seen these dancers. I'm more than just a dancer, you know. An adventurer, and one who knows his way around Ul'dah, you say? Perhaps you are fit to investigate the matter after all. Very well. You and your friends may carry on. Just promise that you won't go looking for trouble, eh? Mistress Nashmera, leave this to me. I'll dance up a storm for these poor folks, calm their hearts, and put an end to any riots or uprisings. I admire your spirit, Hana, and yet I cannot shake the sense of great danger does indeed lurk here. You may go, but only if Joe accompanies you. And you must promise that you will never leave his side. Call it a date. Catboy gets his Catgirl finally. Alright. The more the merrier, don't you agree, Joe? Let's make for Stone Throw. I'll race you there. That's leaving my side. Hey, you're leaving my side. Excuse me. Excuse me. No, I can never remember which gate leads where. Stone Throw's this way, yes? It's in right here. Why didn't you show up on my map? Oh, there you are. Oh, there you are. Let's get started, shall we? Our first task is to figure out just who's behind these riots. Why don't we split up? Ask around and see what turns up. That's not staying by my side. Don't tell me you're worried about that silly promise I made Mistress Navishmera. Come on, Joe. Clearly she worries over much. You saw me on stage. Do I look like someone who can't take care of herself? Now, let's see what these townspeople can tell us. Meet you back here when we're both done, alright? Immediately gets kidnapped. Riots? Aye, there's been some trouble here of late. Won't catch me dead getting myself involved. Whoever's behind it all, wish he'd just bugger off and give us some peace and quiet for once. Of course, doesn't stop those brass blades from glaring at me and asking every time they come through this neighborhood. Not that I can blame them, I suppose. Rumor has it that the true culprit's an expert in throwing the authorities off his trail. Looking for some rabble-rousing rioter, you say? I might know a thing or two. What's it to ye? None of us here in Stone's Throw have much love for the rich, that much is true. Still, wasn't till lately when someone started talking about actually giving them their due. Though thought they were just talking big, but lately seems they've been putting their plot into action. And she never returned. Hey, you there? You're friends with that Makote girl? The one with the fancy dress? Guessing that was you talking. She was asking about the riots, you know. Well, would you believe it? I saw her talking to one of those blackguards responsible for it all. The last thing I saw, he was leading her away somewhere. I'd go after her if I were you. Well, I wouldn't. I never had the nerve for that sort of thing. But I reckon you should before the poor thing comes to harm. So, do we think that, do you think that she was telling the truth? Another trap? A trap within trap? No. Here we go. can you still be alive? Oh, I must have killed something that was aggro to it. Now, you should have stayed by my side. Oh, Joe, you really saved my skin. This man told me he'd take me to the rider's hideout. He led me here and then, well, to be honest, I'm still unsure entirely what I witnessed. It was the strangest thing. As soon as he brought me here, he began to sway and spin in the strangest way. If I didn't know better, I'd say he was dancing. But we can talk about that when we're back safe in safer environs. I should probably summon the brass blades to file an official report. Meanwhile, could you return to the city and let Mistress Najishmera know I'm all right, and tell her I'm sorry for breaking my word. You're breaking your word still by not going with me. The brass blade should be here any minute now. Could you go and return to the city and let Mistress Nashmera know I'm alright? And tell her I'm sorry for breaking my word. Okay, you just said the same thing. So, evil dancers now? Very common theme in Job Quest to face people that know your art but use it in more dubious manners. Oh, there you are, Joe, but where's Rana? I see. I had a feeling this would happen. Don't blame yourself, Joe. You are not her keeper. I will deal with the girl myself when she returns. That said, I am curious. What can you tell me about this strange dance she says her would-be captors were performing? I don't know, I didn't see it. You should ask her. She's got her head down. She's been shamed. Good news, friends. Thanks to your efforts, we apprehended the firebrand. Peace should return to Stone Throw for now, at least until our next rabble-rouser decides to fan the flames. Still, there's one part of the story that doesn't quite sit well with me. The girl claims she saw her captors dancing, but those we took into custody swear the last man they remember no such thing. They deny that they were dancing, but why ever would they feel the need to lie about something so innocuous when already convicted of a far more heinous crime? Ooh, brainwash dancing. The dancing plague. It's not precisely a lie, you see. From here, the tale gets even stranger. They claim to have a vague recollection of their bodies moving, but insist they had absolutely no intention of doing so. They went on to say they couldn't even remember where or why they came up with the idea to riot in the first place. On the contrary, they seemed to almost relieved, as if some evil spirit had been banished from them. The dancing plague. Sounds like our friends have been partaking in some particularly unstable and unsavory alchemical concoction. At any rate, the brass blades will be taking over the investigation from here. Thank you for your assistance, and please carry on with the preparations for your performance with our blessing. I'm sorry, Mr. Nashmera. I should have stayed with Joe like you said. Together, I'm sure we could have worked things out peacefully in the end. I was not able to dance even a single step. Just as the Craig's dance can enthrall and inspire, so can it serve us in battle. A true dancer must be prepared for both possibilities at all times. Joel was able to display his skill as a dancer in battle today, and I suspect it is for that very reason that your would-be captors. But never mind that. Rana, you disappoint me. It's not your lack of dancing prowess that led you to your failure today. No, it was the overconfidence that led you to stray from your partner's side. When a troupe FFXIV dances, we dance as one. We dance to stir the hearts, lift the spirits, not merely to show off our skills that our admirers might shower us with empty praise. I thought you understood this, but it is clear you still have much to learn. I am sorry, Mr. Snashmira. I promise I won't repeat my mistake. Forgive me for making you suffer this girl's foolishness, Joe. Though she has grown in skill, it is clear she's still a child in more ways than one. I can only hope that she will take today's lessons to heart, lest she eventually pay the price. Isn't that going a bit too far? You ask much of the girl. Being a true dancer is about more than knowing how to move one's feet. I must be tougher on Rana more than anyone, lest Troop FFXIV fails to carry out its sworn duty. I see you are confused by my words. Do not worry, all will become evident in due time. Yes, both you and Rana will understand all too well. And with that, I must prepare for our forthcoming performance. This time I will be asking Rana to take the stage alone. She may consider it her opportunity to reflect upon her actions today, and God's willing, learn and grow from her missteps. Meanwhile, perhaps it would be best if you too return to your training. If you and Rana truly mean to bring out the best in one another, both of you will need to work harder than ever before. Farewell for now. Let us meet up again when it is time to move on. And now I do believe it is time to do some investigating of my own. Well, Ra's al Khan, as we know, is also a nation known for its alchemy as well as its dancing. An alchemic dancer, perhaps? Dances with Duskwights. Hey, Duskwights, alright. Nothing ever bad happens with Duskwights. Nashmare is ready to move on to new endeavors. It's good to see you, Joe. You'll be pleased to hear that our exhibition in the Sultanate was a rousing success. Rana gave quite the inspired performance. It would seem the girl has indeed taken her lesson to heart. This leaves Guradania, the final stop of our three-nation tour. I mean to depart immediately, but I must confess that these curious developments in Ul'dah have given me pause. Upon our arrival, let us first pay a visit to Adder's Nest and inquire as to any strange happenings about town. Do not ask me why, but I believe it is it's best we stay vigilant. Yeah, I got a little Kane Senna here for Gridania, but I'm gonna switch. Sure. Near Ghost, who I don't quite understand, but he's cute, so I keep him around. Alright, to the Gold Saucer. Now you don't expect me to travel by air and not visit the Gold Saucer for a quick mini cat pot. Okay, 4th place. I'll take it. Let's try for 4th again. Nah, 1 off. I think that was 7th place. Second place, let's go. Alright. That jostled me slightly. Alright, to Gridania. Feels kind of like muscle memory, because I go here all the time for my squadron. Under normal circumstances, Gridania would be more than willing to host any performance provided it does not anger the elementals. However, I fear our current situation is far from normal. So this is Gridania. The forest is beautiful indeed, but I can't help but feel something is ominous in the air. Well, it's always ominous with the elementals constantly watching us. Considering everything that's gone wrong, Mistress Nashmera is remarkably composed. I suppose that's why she leads this outfit, and I just pound the drums. Joe. I'm sorry to say that my fears appeared to have been well-founded. Gridania, too, has seen its fair share of social unrest of late. Pray, explain the situation to my colleagues, good sir. You're familiar with the Duskwhite, yes? They're a clan of Ellison who eschew the shackles of urban life and instead choose to live in isolation. For the most part, both sides choose to leave the other well alone. Recently, however, events have taken a troubling turn. Groups of Duskwhites have been assembling for reasons unknown, holding secret gatherings on the outskirts of the forest. Whatever their aim, we can be quite certain that it is nothing good. Racist! How dare you, sir, besmirch just because some Duskwhites want to gather? You assume the worst? I'll have you know my main is a Duskwhite. The Twin Adder is content to let them be, provided they do us no harm. But when they turn to thieving and threatening our way of life, we cannot simply turn a blind eye. To say the tensions between the Duskwhite and our citizens have been rising would be an understatement. While the Red Bellies are a bandit crew of Duskwhites. To this point, troublemakers among the Dust White have primarily acted alone, which makes the matter in which they are now plotting something together in plain sight all the more concerning. Some here in the nest even believe that they are sowing the seeds for a violent uprising. As fortune would have it, these Duskwhite rabble-rousers have recently been sighted with particular frequency in the immediate vicinity of the venue where I was hoping to hold our performance. Needless to say, we must address the immediate danger before we can even think of going forward with our performance. Joe, Rana, what say we investigate the matter? Together this time. Consider it done. I'll make up for my failure. Just watch me. Once I have soothed the Duskwhites' hearts with my dance, rioting will be the furthest thing from their minds. Thank you, friends. Then it is settled. Leave the matter of the Duskwhite demagogues to my colleagues here. I suppose there would be some merit in delegating the task to you rather than risk fanning the flames between Duskwhites and our own citizens. And yet, you are a dance troupe, are you not? Are you certain that your friends here are up to the task of suppressing an armed revolt? You can be assured they are. For what it is worth, I too will be accompanying Rana and Joe to ensure that everything is in order. Besides, there is something that I would like to confirm with my own eyes. And with that, we should be on our way. The Duskwhites in question are said to be congregating in South Shroud. Let us meet first the local tavern and formulate a plan of attack. And then address me as Serpent Sergeant. What's my rank? Serpent Captain. They says, oh, Captain. Okay, South Shroud. I know the tavern she speaks of. Let's go. I have to turn up the shroud gets really dark at night with my new shader settings. Does Mistress Nashmero have to follow us everywhere? And what was that thing about her wanting to see something with her own eyes? According to one of the regulars here, the Duskwhite troublemakers were seen not long ago, just to the northeast of here. And that's not all. A rumor says that they were, and I quote, gyrating and undulating in a most curious way. Whatever it was we witnessed in Dalalan, it seems likely that it afflicted the people here as well. We must investigate the matter with all speed. Come now. Gyrating and undulating. How prudish. Why, we're halfway across the realm from Ul'dah. Why would these dusk whites be performing the same dance as the paupers in Stone's Throw? Somehow I can't shake this feeling Mistress Nashmera knows more than she's letting on. This is where the dusk whites were last sighted, or so I was told. Joe, Mistress Nashmera, I think I saw something over there behind the bushes.
Looks more like feng shui than dancing to me. Look at the various pigments of the dusk white.
That's it. That's the same creepy dance I saw in Ul'dah. The dance of the damned. Yes, it is just as I feared. I'll explain everything in good time. For the moment, just leave them to me.
Is she going to be able to undo it? Begone, meddlers. Leave us to our dancing. Begone, foul spirits! I shall dance you away! What in the... my legs? It's as if they have a mind of their own. A dark sprite? Mistress Nashmera, look out! Jeez, the Gridanians won't be happy about a dark elemental being here. Better take care of it before they notice. Blame it on us. After all, we are the foreigners. Alright, let's do this, and then 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 this. You boys doing alright? You got some dancing pants. You're actually quite well dressed for a dusk white. He's wearing Hanish gear. Rub my chin. Rod's El Han. And you look like a normal Gridanian. We talked about how poorly the Gridanians dress. But something tells me they're in contact with some Rod's El Han people if this guy's wearing pants from Thavnair. Oh, he's also wearing Thavarian pants. And he's wearing a Thavarian top. The clues. Good work, Joe. Still, whatever in the world was that? Hey, Onai, Ninko, buenos. Sure. Konnichiwa. Hajimemashite. Dozo yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Forgive me, Joe, and thank you.
And to think I was scolding poor Rana for her overconfidence. In my heyday, that would have made I would have made short work of that thing, but alas, those days are long behind me. Don't be too hard on yourself, mistress. Nashmira. We all have our bad days, and besides, it's not as if you were looking to be reckless like me. But never mind that. What in the world did I just see? That creepy dance, that strange cloud of black aether. What does this all mean, Mistress Nashmira? Come now, I know you know more than you've been letting on. I do, and I fully intend to share my knowledge with you, once I have seen what I must see with my own two eyes. In the meantime, someone should hand over these men to the twin adders. I suppose you're right. And we must treat your wounds as well. Joe, could I ask you to return to the adder's nest and deliver our report? I'll tend to Mistress Nashmira's scratches and see that no other troublemaking duskwights show up. I can return. And before we continue the quest, as I have been drinking a lot of water to keep my throat from being parched from all this reading, I must indeed take another quick bio break. So let me just put the iCam on and I shall return. I shall return anon. All right. Let us continue. What's this? You apprehended the Duskright miscreants for us? Splendid! On behalf of Gridania, you have our gratitude. We will dispatch a unit to the South Shroud at once. My apologies for the delay, Joel. I'm pleased to report that our dancing Duskwight friends have been handed over to the proper authorities, and Rana's patched up my wounds as good as new. With sufficient rest, I shall be back on the stage in no time. Not on my watch, you won't. I mean, pray do not overexert yourself, Mistress Nashmira. You need your rest. I told you I could have handed over the culprits myself. You know, Rana. I know, Rana, and yet... I wanted to be there myself when they awoke. It played out exactly as I expected. They remember little or nothing about their dancing, their secret gathering, or any of the conversations that led up to it at all. Just being stubborn, no doubt. Worry not, friends, the Twin Adder will carry out a proper interrogation. And yet, one thing concerns me. Is it true that these events bear a striking similarity to the situation you witnessed in Ul'dah? Yep. What we have witnessed is none other than the Totentants, the dance of the damned. And it is our God's given duty as dancers to see that it is never danced again. The dance of the damned? Our mission? Whatever are you rambling about, Mistress Nashmera? I thought our mission was to lend strength and succor to the suffering, and to lift the spirits of the realm. That it is. And yet, the truth of exactly what this entails runs far deeper. Throughout our storied history, the dancers of Troop Falasiam have saved countless lands time and again from a fate most dire. When war and calamity ravage the land, fear and anger fills men's hearts. These emotions fester, reacting with the aether around us, in the air we breathe, the ground beneath our feet, to form an etheric manifestation of what is that, malice? No, malai. Okay. Let's find out what this word means.
Malaise.
Malaise. Oh, I know that. I just couldn't pronounce it. Malaise. Okay. Let's get back to it. I know what malaise means. Malaise that spreads like a dark cloud across the land. The weak, the downtrodden, the scorned and suffering. Sadly, it is these people who are oft the quickest to fall prey to dark despair. Left unchecked, the shadow fully consumes them, their hearts, their minds, and in the end, even control of their very limbs is taken from them. Stripped of their last semblance of sanity, they flail about in a manner most hideous. Tales tell of mothers blissfully unaware as they trampled their beloved children, men who danced so violently they ripped limbs from their own bodies. This is the Toten dance, the dance of the damned. What madness is this? If you speak true, this damnable dance you speak of arise from the fear and anger in people's hearts? Why did it not manifest itself in the wake of the calamity, in Eorzea's darkest hour? Call me mad, but I think I understand. In times of great crisis, just surviving for another day requires all the strength we can muster. People have neither the time nor the freedom of mind to dwell on emotion like hatred and anger. Oh wait, that was Rana speaking. Rana has the right of it. It is precisely at this time A time when Eorzea has made great strides in its recovery, yet deeper wounds still go undressed. That your people may be most susceptible to the damnable dance. So that is why our art was born so many ages ago, not just to drive out the darkness from people's hearts in a figurative sense, but to literally cast out the etheric shadows and free the afflicted from the clutches of the Totadans. Yes, this is the truth of Troop FFXIV, passed down from principle to principle for generations. What I did for the Dusk White was to use my dance to extract the darkness from their hearts and give it a physical form. From that can be struck down and banished. It has been several centuries since the menace of the Totan dance last reared its ugly head. To be honest, when we first came to Eorzea, I was unsure as to what we would encounter. So as not to worry the two of you overmuch, I kept the truth from you. Yet now I have seen it with my own eyes, our mission could not be more clear. As inheritors of the Kregstans, we must chase the shadow of the Totandants from this realm. I beg forgiveness for my secrecy, my friends, and ask that you lend me your aid. You can count on me, fine, but no more secrets. No more secrets. Of course you can count on us. After all, Joe and I are dancers of Troop FFXIV, too. And it is like you always say, a dancer can never abandon her partner. Why should you have to carry the burden of saving the whole realm all by yourself? Rana, Joel, after all my harsh words and hidden truths, you are far too kind. I must confess I am still struggling to understand all this, but one thing is clear. This dancing epidemic you speak of poses a great danger to our realm. I will contact the other grand companies immediately and apprise them of the threat. Should there be any reports of similar phenomenon in other nations, we would like to call upon you to deal with the matter. Forgive us the imposition, but clearly this is beyond our ability. Leave it to us. Nothing would honor us more than the nations of Eorzea would place their trust in Troop FFXIV and allow us to perform for their people. And with that, only Ishgard and Alamigo remain on our itinerary. Of the two, Ishgard has had more time for its people to recover from the scars of war. Let us make it our next destination. At any rate, we will need more time to properly prepare for your confrontation ahead. In the meantime, Rana, you are to continue your performances. You require more practice still before I can bequeath to you the secrets of the Kregstans. You can count on me, Mistress Nashmera. And you, Joe, pray continue to hone your skills in battle. If we hope to prevail against the Totantans, we will need your martial skills as much as we need your dancing. For no, it is not enough that we lure the shadow out of people's hearts. We must dispel the darkness for good, lest it simply drift on until it finds another unsuspecting host. We will be needing your strength more than ever. And with that, I too should prepare myself. Our true last act draws ever closer at hand. All right. It's not easy finding time to practice the new steps Mistress Nashmira taught me while rehearsing for my daily performances. But knowing that I have duty to perform gives me the strength I need to carry on. They say that the Shroud is home to many bards, minstrels who songs and bow alike, who wield songs and bow alike in battle. Though I've not seen their art in action, I cannot help but feel a common bond between them and our dancers. Well, it so happens that I'm a bard and a dancer now. The high stepping in the holy sea. Ah, Joe, your timing is impeccable. I just received word from Ishgard. The powers that be have decided to welcome Chup Siam with open arms. Excuse me. Fortunately, there is no rumor to suggest that the Toltatans has already struck in the city, or any other of the surrounding regions in Corthus. And yet, word has it that some of the less privileged residents in the city have grown increasingly vocal of late. Not entirely unlike what we witnessed in Ul'dah, we must be vigilant. And so I would like to ask you and Rana to make to the Holy See as soon as you are able. I will join you, but I fear my wounds are not healing as quickly as I had hoped. I would only slow you down. Leave it to us, Mistress Nashmira. No matter what shadows plague the people's hearts, there'll be no match for your two favorite protégés. Come, Joe. Ishgard awaits us. Which way was it again? Is she gonna wear that in Ishgard? Girl, you are gonna be so cold. Let me guess. By the Forgotten Night. No, she's by the Gate of Judgment. Excuse me, I just need a little water here. Alright. She is wearing that. Think she's gonna comment about how cold she is? Brr. Why, my arms and legs feel like they're going to freeze and snap off like icicles. How can you ever bear this, Joe? I've grown used to it, mind over matter. She's cold. She should have been like that when I talked to her. Mind over matter. I suppose I just need to grin and bear it then. Oh well. Once we start dancing, it should warm us up in no time. Anyhow, our first order of business is to pay our respects to our host. I've been told that one Sir Handleloop, Sir Handleloop, awaits us at a place they call the Congregation. I take it you know the way? So Emmerich isn't going to greet us himself, eh? Loop, you old so-and-so. How have you been?
Well met, Joe. It is always a pleasure to welcome you back to Ishgard, though I must say I did not expect to see you return to us as a member of a traveling dancing troupe.
Just wait until you see him on stage. He's a sight to behold. Oh, but forgive me. My name is Rahamigo, and I thank you for opening your gates to your fair city to Troop Fausayam.
The pleasure is ours. I must confess that I found the report from our friends at the Twin Adder regarding this Dance of the Damned somewhat difficult to believe. But if even a great hero like Joe here would come all the way here for this purpose, I would be a fool to dismiss the threat. And yet, I have questions. The instructions from your mistress Nashmira called for rounding up potential members of the commoner class and seating them front and center at your performance. I did not object, of course, but whatever purpose is this meant to serve?
The Tontan dance is a plague which spreads from one man's hearts to the next, and those whose heart weigh the heaviest with anger, fear, and unease are often the first to fall prey to its clutches. If we can assemble influential members of the community and free their hearts from the shadow before disaster strikes, these men and women could in turn raise the spirits of their peers. Mistress Nashmira believes this is our best hope from curtailing the spread of the Totantans.
Where the leaders go, so others will follow. I suppose it is as logical a course of action as any. Very well. I've identified suitable personages and extended to them an invitation to your performance. The venue will be before the Gates of Judgment. We believe this location would be most accessible to those who live outside the city walls.
Thank you kindly, my good sir. Well then, Joe, we'd best be on our way. We don't want to keep our audience waiting out there in the freezing cold, do we? Oh, why did I remind myself about the cold?
Your audience awaits you before the Gates of Judgment. I will leave matters in your capable hands. That said, your friend, Rana was it? Seemed quite sensitive to the chill in the air. Perhaps she should consider donning a nice warm coat when she's not performing. Yeah, she's kind of going the Alphino route and just wearing what she prefers instead of dressing for the weather. Your deeds have scattered the dark clouds that have long loomed over Ishgard. On my oath, we shall not squander the bright future you have won for us. So you're talking about dark clouds. I've still got more dark clouds to vanquish. Let's see, what is the quickest way this way would be? Oh, we're going outside the gates, eh? Let's see what we got here. Leering Elzid, Dirty Hero, Elzin, mostly Elzid with few higher. Yep, that's Ishgard for you. Talk about an imposing audience. Now let's give them a show to remember. Oh, and Joe, let's keep the true purpose of our performance to ourselves, alright? We don't want to cause a panic, after all.
If we can draw out and dispel the darkness before the Tontantan strikes, our task will be much the easier. And besides, we want our audience to enjoy the show, don't we? I must admit, I'm a bit nervous, but I know we'll be fine if we trust each other. Alright, here goes nothing. Watch closely and follow my lead. DDR minigame? Ladies and gentlemen, fair citizens of the Holy See, hailing from distant Rads Athan in the east, we are Troop FFXIV. Today we dance for you the Craig Dance, an ancient art passed down to us from the days of yore. Though the Craig's Dance was born on the battlefield, it is a dance that brings healing and succor. Your people suffered for too long the horrors of the Dragon Song War. Let our performance fill your hearts with hope and heal any scars that may still linger. And now, without a further ado, let's the show begin. I've never seen dancing like this before. It stirs the very depths of my soul. Just watching her, I can feel all my pain and anger melting away. Ooh, this guy, much worse than the last one. Pay no mind to those ominous clouds. It's all part of the performance, you see. Yes, Troop FFXIV spares no expense in treating our audience to a spectacle for their senses. That's your cue, Joe. Now sweep those nasty shadows away. Don't worry about me. It's our admiring audience that needs you now. Alright. Hey, you got anything to say? No? Was that supposed to be part of the show? What in God's name was that? Okay, they did have something to say. When I received a sudden invitation to this performance, I didn't know what to expect, but that was simply remarkable. Ever since the show ended, my mind is clear and my troubles just don't seem as bad anymore. And I the same. I must say, that last scene when those fearsome shadow beasts appeared was particularly dramatic and invigorating. It's the strangest feeling. Even though my lot in life hasn't changed one bit, I feel like I'm able to face tomorrow with my head held high. Aw, you folks are far too kind. But thank you, one and all. Never in my life have I felt so proud to be a dancer. Nothing quite like seeing all those smiling, satisfied faces, don't you agree, Joe? Though the thought that we were able to bring a measure of happiness and hope to these proud, strong people makes all the hard hours of training worthwhile. Can you believe it? We were even able to stave off the shadows before the Tontantants even struck. I do believe we've more than done Nashmera's proud. I dare say our job here is done. Why don't we head back to Gridania and share the good tidings with everyone? I'll race you there. Can't race me, I got freaking teleports. Uh-oh. Where's Nashmera? I trust your performance in Ishgard was a success. As for us, I fear there's been something of an unexpected development. Joe, it's Mistress Nashmera. She's gone. Settle down, Rana. Nothing ill has befallen our leader. She has simply taken a leave of absence, entirely of her own volition. She said she had a matter to attend with an old friend. The same friend who introduced her to our patron, Master Kegeruju, if I recall. She was reluctant to go into detail, but it would seem that this individual is also familiar with the Tontantants and has researched the situation in Alamigo on our behalf. Miss Nashmera means to join her there and scout out a suitable venue for our ultimate performance. She has asked that you and Rana continue training on your own until such time as she summons us. Would it have killed her to at least wait for our report? Does that mean she actually trusts us? If Mistress Nashmera believes in our ability to handle affairs, I suppose we owe her the same in return. Now that Alamigo has finally been freed from the Garlean yoke, surely it's only a matter of time before its people are ready to welcome us with open arms. At the same time, much like Ishgard, it's a land whose people have known more than their fair share of suffering. We will need to be at our best to deliver them from the dance of the damned. You know what that means, Joe. We must train with greater discipline than ever before. Okay, one more to go. Rana has matured much in the short time on these shores, yes? Carrying herself as she does in Mistress Nashmera's absence, I could almost see her assuming the role of principal one day. Finally, technical step. Save the last dance for me. Rana Migo, no relation to Alamigo, has a letter in hand and is excitedly waving it in your direction. Great news, Joe! A post-Muggle just dropped off this letter from Mistress Nashmera. She says the stage has been set for our performance in Alamigo. Why, she's even scouted out what she claims is an ideal venue to host our exhibition, a village called Alagana that sits in the Gir Abanya Highlands. Doubtless, in part due to its location near the border, there is a considerable fears amongst the villagers that the Garleans will return and retake their home with vengeance. In other words, it is precisely the sort of place where the Tontantants is likely to strike. At any rate, Mistress Nashmera assumes that she and her secretive acquaintance have made all the necessary preparations. The Alamegan resistance, she says, has seen fit to ensure that the Al-Ganha's most prominent residents will be in attendance. If we can perform as we did in Ishgard and swiftly dispel the darkness from their hearts, surely they will be able to influence their fellow villagers and stave off the onset of the Tontatants. And what did she say at the very end of the letter? She said, "Ah yes, Rana Joe, to the success of our tour, the very future of Troop Val Siam itself rides on you. I'm counting on you to rise to the occasion." Are you as excited as I am? Let's make this a show for the ages. And with that, let us set out for Al-Ganha. We mustn't keep Mistress Nashmera waiting.
So you actually have to go through... Stormblood to do this quest, okay. Oh, this village again. Okay. I don't see Nashmera anywhere. How curious. It appears our fearless leader has not yet arrived. Perhaps she got held up somewhere along the way. Ah, there you are, Joe. Have you, by chance, seen Mistress Nashmera? I can't find her anywhere. But I am sure she'll be along soon. I know she wouldn't miss our performance for the world. And look what I found. I scoured the troop's wardrobe to find outfits befitting our grand finale. One thing's for certain, we'll be dressed to impress. And remember, mum's the word about the Tontatants, alright? We want our audience to enjoy the performance without worrying themselves with the terrible truth behind it. Well then, whenever you're ready to take to the stage, you know where to find me. This is it, Joe. Ready to raise the curtain on our final act? Sure. Let's see what outfits she has for us. They're not going to play any other song than the flamenco song, I know it. So close and yet so far. For all who cannot make the voyage to our home, we bring our art to yours. Hailing from Rad's Athan across the sea, I present the incomparable transcendent Troop Fal Siam. Today, we perform for you the ancient dance of our ancestors, a spectacle to stir the heart, enrich the mind, and chase away the shadows of doubt that plague your souls. Feast your eyes upon the Kriegsdans. You look the same.
Ooh. That's completely new to me. That's a unique monster. It's the same model as the first boss at the Siren Song Sea. Right on cue. All right, Joe. Let's take out that nasty thing before our audience realizes it's not just for show. You talked about a matching outfit. You're not wearing matching outfits at all. Just look at those enraptured faces. The excitement in the air is almost palpable. They know they're about to get a show the likes of which they've never seen. The Alamegans are counting on us, Joe. In more ways than they themselves even know. We must dance, and not stop dancing till every last shadow has been purged from their hearts. This is the performance we were born to give. Our biggest audience yet, which means we're in for a tough fight. Blah, 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 blah. How curious. Why was... What am I supposed to do here? Okay. Can't beat me, I'm at fully decked out elemental gear. That's supposed to hit. Okay, I don't. Convenient for me to. Right. I keep forgetting to dance. My biggest problem with this class. Oh, there she is. There's Nasmira. Are you gonna do technical stuff? Jeez. Okay. Alright, dance. That's a big one. What am I supposed to be doing here? Oh, just... Hey, give me that power up and then I danced. That's a way to finish the fight. Had me on the ropes for a second there. Didn't quite understand the trajectory of those puddles. Mistress Nashmira. Oh, I knew you wouldn't miss our grand finale. And your dancing. Why, you were ever as bit as enchanting as I remember from all those years ago. Sharing the stage with you was truly a dream come true. I simply had to make amends for my embarrassing display in Gridania. Did I not? My wounds had healed, all but healed entirely, so I redoubled my training efforts and arrived here in Alamigo. I dare say I feel as spry as I have in years. And yet, there can be no doubt, you and Jo were the true stars today. To think you have come so far in such a short span of time, mayhap I should have just admitted that your performance from the wing admired your performance from the wings instead of stepping in. Tut, Miera. I seem to recall you telling me just the other day that the girl was still not ready for the spotlight. So who's this mysterious person? Oh, it's the dancer of Ulda! Flamehen, or whatever her name is. The songstress. Lamin, excuse me. You know me, Ramin. I am strict with my students because I expect only the best of them. And these two have done me proud today. Fancy meeting you here, Jo. I must admit, it gave me quite a start when my Mera here told me that you, of all people, had joined her merry little troop. Mera and I go far, far back, you know. After those horrific events unfolded in Ulda, I hid away in Fafnir for some time. It was then when we first made each other's acquaintance. Song and dance go together rather well. Needless to say, our friendship rapidly blossomed. When she turned to me for assistance in planning Troop Val Siam's tour to Eorzea, I was more than happy to do my part. It does not surprise me that an accomplished adventurer would have many friends across the realm, but I never would have suspected that you, my dear Lamin, were so close. Truly fate must have brought us together for a reason. I feel the same. Your presence alone has motivated me to grow in ways I never thought possible. You have given me the courage, strength, and determination to be more than what I was. Well, there's Renford. I recognize that face from somewhere. From the liberator of Alamigo to traveling performer, eh? Not a path I'd predicted, but I'm hardly surprised to see you emerge triumphant in whatever you do. Aye, it was truly a performance for the ages. Here in Ala Ghana, we don't get much exposure to foreign cultures. Rather stimulating, that was. Especially the grand finale, where they chased off those bloody shadow beasts. Got the blood pumping, I'd say. I only wish there was more we could do to show our appreciation.
Think nothing of it, my good sir. Just knowing that we brought a measure of joy to Alamigo in its time of need is reward enough for us.
You are too kind, miss. The road ahead of us is the long one, but thanks to you we can stride down with a little spring in our step. Know that our village is always open to you, should you ever be willing to grace us with another performance. For free, of course, because we're not going to pay you, apparently. Farewell, friends!
For a second I thought he realized the true nature of those shadows, but no, the threat of the Tontantants is gone for now, and it seems none the wiser. That is heartening indeed. And with that, we should prepare for our next departure. The Alamegans were kind enough to invite us in these trying times. We mustn't linger so long that our presence becomes a burden. I too should be on my way. It was a pleasure and honor both to see you on the stage again, Mira, as well, and to you as well, Joe. Till our paths cross again, go in safety. Well, that's the last of it. Our props are packed and we'll be ready to take to the road. I must say it's a touch bittersweet knowing that this was our last performance, but I suppose even the best of things must come to an end. Mistress Nashmera will go ahead to Limsa to secure passage back to Radzad Han. You'll stop by and see us off, yes? We'd like to pay you proper thanks before taking our leave of this land. Oh, I didn't talk to the other people. Don't leave. I forgot to talk to you first. Ah, dang it. I missed some dialogue.
All right. See. The Labyrinth of Limsa. It was an honor traveling the realm with you, friend. Once companions, always companions. I have little doubt that our paths will cross again.
There's no need for teary farewells, Joe. We will meet again all too soon, I am sure of it. Joe, I am so touched. You really did come to see us off. Thank you ever so much for all you've done. It was an honor to tour Eorzea with you and bring strength and succor to its people. You have my gratitude as well, Joe. The people's hearts you have touched will in turn inspire others. Yes, before long, the dance of the damned will be but a memory. And yet, until that time, we cannot let down our guard. I propose that we extend our tour of Eorzea in the event that there are yet people in the realm who still require our aid. Do you truly mean this, Mistress Nashmera? Joe and I can keep dancing together?
In good time, Rana, yes, but Joe is an adventurer, and one whose services are
justifiably in high demand. It would not be very considerate of us to monopolize his services to our ends. And so we bid you farewell for now. Rana and I will remain in Mimsa and consult with Master Gegeruju about potentially expanding our tour with new locations. Pray, come back and visit us on an occasion, yes? Rana gets awfully lonely without company. Hey, that's not... Well, I suppose it is true. Keep dancing, Joe, and let us eagerly await the day that we can take the stage together anew. Yeah.
All right. Cleanse it shadows your heart, audience. You learned a new dance. The technical step. All right. Well, that's it for today, folks. We got both Gunbreaker and Dancer out of the way. We shall return with the MSQ tomorrow on Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern. Feel free to like, please subscribe if you haven't already, and I shall see you all in the world of tomorrow.